All right, we are live. Yeah, like the title says, it's that time again. Let's go. Let's go build something. Um, I am going to continue working on the Zen Garden, the build-off challenge entry that I'm doing for from scratch. It's coming along pretty nicely. And I'm just going to spam the link to this video in some Discord servers to see if we can get anyone to join and hang out with us. And then let's get going on this. All right. First of all, let's turn off the seasonal events, which is in this case Fixmas. So don't really want anything to do with that in this. Save. And off we go. And of course, we are going to be... There's the fountain of factory carts. It's always very satisfying. The way that the factory cart mechanics work is absolutely terrible, but I got it to somehow, somewhat squeezed a little bit of sense into it, where there's always a cart, 2 or 3 flying at any time. But the way it works means that somehow, as soon as you load in, a whole bunch of them jump, so you always get greeted by a nice cascade of them. So yeah, that's what's going on here. Let's also get some nice music going. Hope it's not going to be too loud, but we'll see. Yep. I found some players with some fitting royalty-free music, so there we go. Some nice Japanese style trap music in the background. So since the last stream, what's been going on? What's been happening? I've tried like separating this platform here a bit, and I didn't really like where it was going, so I quit that for a bit. I put some smoke here in the pit so that the carts don't just jump into an empty pit and you see them running around. No, you see them going into this like Mount Doom looking entrance, and I really dig it. The way it's achieved is by having a nuclear power plant right here at 1%. So it creates 25 megawatts, and it uses plutonium waste, but every item of plutonium waste lasts 60,000 seconds, which is about 15, 17 hours, something like that, something crazy like that. So a stack of 50 that's in there will do us nicely. And then to get the water for it, I have set up this drone port, which has these drones that are colored like bees landing on this lily pad here, and they do some packaged water with an packager. I mean, none of this is all of this is super overbuilt, but you know, who cares? So yeah, there's a bunch of drones going that kind of are supposed to look like bees and add a little bit of a hive feeling to this area. Hey, excited! How cool of you to join right away. Yeah, the smoke is an old trick. I used to do it with a smelter, but the smelter makes black smoke, and I didn't find it fitting here, so I had to look for something that makes white smoke. And basically, it's just the nuclear plant, so that's kind of a was kind of a tricky because it's so big, but yeah, it works. I had to bury it deep into the ground as well, but yeah, it doesn't seem to care that much. So yeah, we're slowly adding sort of elements of the garden to it. I'm right now. I'm working on this, which is supposed to be to work on the color, make it a bit more like the white gravelly sand that is used in more Japanese style gardens. But we'll work on the color later. But this is supposed to be like the raked sand, and I'm gonna go around this bit here, and then these I will change in material as well to the coated concrete. I want to. I want to see if I can get like a black marble kind of field for it. So that means that. Which one's the first color? Let's see. That's not very helpful. Is the secondary color not showing at all? What's going on here? Okay, apparently it's just the primary color here. And we will use like -10. Is that how it's achieved? Yeah, that's how you get the black, deeper black feeling. So it's kind of the I might have to not make these angled and make these kind of square, but we'll see. Yeah, for now I was just working on the sand and just something to do because, you know, there's lots of things to make progress on, but that's certainly one of them. I don't want these beams that are creeping up the side of that. 3. There we go. Don't need this. So yeah, let's keep going with this, and I can be a bit more attentive to chat and all that. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Also thinking of doing a separate video on the method that I use to achieve the lily pad circle. Lots of different methods for the circle. I thought that the one I was using here is quite well known, but from the reactions that I'm getting, I don't think it is. So it's not really my method. I got it from BK, who in turn got it from Popcatch, so I'll be sure to reference it, but since I'm getting questions about it, I think it might be a good tip style video, so I might be doing that later. And of course, doing the pioneer of the planet thing and having a bit of coffee. That's more than are on the side there. I'm not sure how much of this sand I want. how far I want to take it. Yeah, we'll see about it. Also not sure about how I'm going to fill this gap and all that. There's so many things yet to do, and I still don't really know what I'm going to do with this platform at all. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of things to figure out, but we'll see, we'll see. I also worked on getting a bit of a waterfall style thing going. Or like a little creek going from one bit of water to the next. If I cover this up, cover up these other parts, yeah, I figured that that would create the illusion of a bit of a stream going from one to the other, but we'll see if how effective that's going to be. And then, last but not least, I got this square measured out where the cart will jump right through, and I feel like I'm going to do that for all of them at some point. So that, you know, the carts are just coming out of a tiny bit of a gaps in the ground. And so they'll appear through the ground and they'll disappear into the smoke, and that's pretty much all you're going to see of them. It looks quite dynamic. At times when there's like 5 of them in the air, they're all like slowly sailing into that middle. I really like the aesthetic of it. Hey. Not even sure if it's, you know, the system of carts is able to really run the factory at capacity. It looks like everything is running smoothly, but I don't know. I don't think, to be honest, I don't think I care that much. Right. Keep going a bit. It's the repetitive bit. Now, I could, of course, obsess over this little gap and try to figure out how to close that, but I honestly have so many different things to do, that I think I'm just gonna leave it. Unless, like, if you have any ideas about it, for it, how to fix it, yeah, feel free to drop it in the chat. But for now, I'm just going to build out the general shape of this garden, because I feel like I have kind of reached the point where the most of the big choices have been made, and now it's time to just actually fill them out and actually start building things. So instead of the endless experimentation, the experiments are cool, but I'm very prone to just spend weeks just trying to perfect every little angle, and then have no factory to show for it at the end. So, like my main build from before 1.0, that is a map with, I think it's like 2,500 hours or 3,000 hours on it. I don't know. And it doesn't really produce much. It's cool. There's a lot of very cool stuff on the map, but none of it is complete. So. I'll do this this build challenge, and then after that I want to... Hey, hi Ghost Rider, how are you? So after this build challenge is done, I want to get back to the nuclear base, and then actually finish the game for once. That's also a thing. And then I'll go back to the 0.8 map and really dig into that and build the real big one, so to speak. Yeah, that's a long to-do list. So for now, I'm just placing some beams. I'm alright, I'm alright. I have some time today, this evening, to make some progress on the Zen Garden map. There's been some off-screen progress as well, so I've finished out all 4 of the lily pads, and I've even added a little bit of a drone port with bright yellow drones. They are supposed to be bees, and they bring in packaged water, and that packaged water gets offloaded, gets unpackaged, and then gets used in their nuclear power plant, which works at 1%. So it takes 60,000 seconds for one fuel to get used, which is about 17 hours of game time, something crazy like that. So get a bit of a sense of a geyser in the middle of this garden, where the carts are not really landing in they're not really landing in a sort of a metallic pit, but they're actually going into some Mount Doom kind of feature. So that's been the progress. I also worked on trying to get a bit of because there's a height difference between these platforms and these ones, and I wanted to keep the layout of the factory that From Scratch kind of provided. So I tried to create a bit of a stream from one to the other, and that caused me to create this bank. And I figured, hey, if I do this, then it looks a bit like the raked sand that you see in Japanese gardens everywhere, which I then realized shouldn't be here on these banks, but it should be down here. So I'm building that out here now. And right now it's way too yellow. I need to be a lot more gray to match the kind of gravelly type of sand that is usually in those kind of gardens. But yeah, that's what this is. It's beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy with what I've done, except that it's not that much over the last week or so. So I'm trying to get used today to make a bit more progress and get the ball rolling again. So. First, I'm just completing this Well, it's not a circle, it's a hexagon, but this loop of sand here, and see if I can leverage that a bit. Go. Oh, and more here. I've actually gone way further with more beams on this one. I don't know if it needs it. I think I might do that for the whole circle as well. This is about as far as the flying carts will allow me to go with the... I don't think they'll hit this one. So they might... No. You see, it looks like they'll hit it, but they're actually flying from the tip of it and not from the base of it. So that one clears it easily, but that's not going to be the issue. It's going to be there if there's an issue at all. There you go. Yeah, it's fine. Also, I found some some royalty-free Japanese-style trap music for the background, so I figured that will be very much on brand. What's happened there? What has happened there? That's not supposed to happen. How did that come about? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, good. This is too far forward, so it needs only, like, I need only the other half of it. Okay, that works. Should probably have created a blueprint for this, but at this point it's too late. I really want to be a bit more disciplined about actually using blueprints, but... Kian Bushing. Hey Kian! Yeah, it's been a while. What am I working on? I am working on a build-off challenge that From Scratch issued. He's another YouTuber builder, makes very cool videos, and he has built us a kind of pointless template. I don't know if you know the challenge or not. He kind of built a kind of pointless, ugly template factory, which just uses that one iron node in the distance over there, and in 6 or 5 sections builds automated portable miners, of all things. It doesn't really matter that much because the point of this whole challenge is that he sends this map out to everyone. So if you want to join, feel free. And he's basically going to wait until January so everybody's gets some time to play with it, and then see what everybody did with it to spruce it up to make it beautiful, basically. So yeah, you can. You've seen the challenge, yeah. So yeah, that's what we're doing. My first step was draw a hexagon. So I drew a hexagon in the middle, because of course. And then my second step was, okay, think of the dumbest possible transport system that I can think of, which is yeeting factory carts, as you can see right there in the middle. So I spent yeah, those factory carts are the backbone of the entire logistics system of this of this complex. So yeah, I actually need them to run. And so stupid, I love it. Yep, that's it's kind of the thanks I hate it kind of kind of vibe that I'm going for. Um, so yeah, it took me a long time, but I got it to work. And then it's a fountain, so I went brainstorming with BK about what to do with the rest of the factory, and I said, well, if it's a fountain, you need like a pond next to it, and you can make a lily pond with some lilies, and the leaves are here, and then these are the kind of the flowers, the colors of the flowers, so they kind of suggest that kind of aesthetic. And from there, yeah, I keep going. So it's now I'm building a Zen Garden. I never planned that I would, but here I am. The smoke right there is a nuclear plant down there, which runs at 1%. So that stack of 50, this whole map has got fly mode on and all the cheats on, so you don't need power generation. But I wanted the smoke in the middle, so that's what the nuclear plant is for. And the nuclear plant needs water, which is supplied by these drones via packaged water and an unpackager. But the drones are kind of like a bee landing on the factory pad. It adds a bit more life to the whole thing. So yeah, right now I'm working on making like the raked sand, the in Dutch the het geharkte zand, which you always see in the in these Japanese Zen gardens. So I'm just doing the repetitive thing of connecting all these beams and making some progress there. Been faffing about a bit on this map, so I really wanted to set aside tonight to make some progress again. Sand, I see it. Oh, I'm glad you I'm glad you actually see it. Yeah, once I get a bit of a surface going, I want to work on the color, but yeah. How have you been, Kian? It's been a while. Took a bit of a break from Satisfactory, but you're planning on coming back. You have concepts of a plan. What's the any particular reason? Did you have like a big exam or something to study for, or you just got burned out a little bit? A bunch of tests. I just didn't have any ideas. Right. So it's both convenient that you had a bit of a break for not messing up your actual life, and also no ideas to build. You have any ideas yet, or just feel like building something? Sorry for the delay in answering, by the way, because you're looking for inspiration still. The yeah, there's a bit of a delay on me answering any text, any chat, because I'm rather slow in getting them to me. So I also think there's a bit of a delay, like 10-15 seconds on when I do something and it actually gets broadcast. So there's an extra 10 seconds there. So looking. Safety thing on YouTube side. It might be. To let the AI overlords decide if I'm being a naughty boy or not before they actually broadcast it to the world. But it's not entirely a safety thing, because when I'm creating the stream, I can choose between 3 settings, like normal, faster, and fastest. And when I that actually changes that delay. So I think it also affects video video quality negatively if you want to set it for too fast. So. Alright, so that's done all the way around. I think that's nice. I think that's pretty good. I think I can actually expand the sand in this direction. And then make a black marble bit of a wall. Bit rate related? Yeah. If you wouldn't have said the second part of that that line, then you know, just leave that out, and you'll sound very, very intelligent. So. Random tip for the future. Just say it with confidence and people will believe you. Mm. Yeah, let's... I think people being confidently wrong is the most annoying shit ever. I mean, it's annoying if you have to deal with them, but it's intensely funny when it's people that have no actual influence over you or actual effect on you, and can be wildly entertaining. But yeah, it's in the end, yeah, you always kind of do, right? Okay. I, I'm staring at one point to just kind of try to visualize different types of things that I could be building there, but all of it is going to involve a lot of working with beams and trying to make it look natural instead of all squares, which I'm not the best at. So it's going to be a bit of a pain in the backside, but it's kind of the build that, like, I've painted myself into a corner. I kind of have to work with that kind of style now. But oh well, life sucks and then you die. How about I start adding a edge to these ponds. Or you can just start over. Yeah, you're right. Let's just go, no, sorry, no. Yeah, this is nonsense. This is dumb. I'm gonna quit out. Yep. I'm just gonna play Rocket League. Let's think. How am I going to dress up these ponds? You've already got the flying cars, so you're halfway to Rocket League. Mate, if you had any idea how derpy these carts are working, then you'd know that these are nowhere near Rocket League. Like maybe they're like, they would accurately reflect on my level of play. That is like, there's kind of some truth in there, but yeah, no, the way they work is like when they hit the jump pad, the game kind of loses confidence in the path that it's following. So it does draw out that it's flying, but it actually doesn't care anymore. So even if it hits its next waypoint, it doesn't register it. Instead, it waits for it to land, and then it tries to drive back to the last waypoint, which would be about here. And then when it can't get there, it blue warps back, and then it warps to the next one, and then it keeps going. It's the dumbest shit ever, but it's a feature. No, no, mate. This is. I wouldn't even call it a bug. It's just dumb. I mean, look at them all. But oh well. There's a few on there's 60 of them in this facility running around. So some of them make it, some of them don't, and I'm past caring at this point. Okay, let's think of different ways to achieve the edge. How's that? It's not terrible. I can delete this. Go. That's not needed anymore. Yeah, that doesn't look terrible. It's not bad at all. Thought I'd need something thinner than this 4 wide edge, but it's actually pretty good. Unhappy with that. I like this kind of pattern on the side a bit more. Maybe I can turn this one around. Yeah, that's better. It's hard to see sometimes. The half walls have a different look on one side to the other, so if you're doing things like this, it really pays to play a bit with the orientation. Turn it around again. See, that's better looking from the outside. It's like more like a tile. Oh, I need to do these things as well. Yeah, that's it. Obviously, the floor will extend this sand. I'm going to extend this sand floor further out in this direction. So it's going to cover the side here. I don't know yet what I'm going to do with this place, but it's gonna need to be some kind of feature. Honestly, I'm not sure yet, but we'll get there. There we go. Now this drone port, I'm gonna have to dress up to look like a bit more of like a bit of a rock feature, or you know, something else. So I'm gonna have to work on dressing that up a bit more, but it's already not terrible, so I'm not unhappy with that. Yeah, that's taking on the look that I want from it. Yeah, there, it missed it just went past that corner, and this guy, this is totally gonna hit. That's gonna hit. How much time have you spent on this? Yes. Yes, indeed. I'll look up the number in the save file just in a moment. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. It used to be listed here. I don't know why they removed it, because I always liked that it was over there. But you can still see it if you look at the save game and see the previous save game. So 43 hours at the moment, which, you know, a bunch of that was idle. But so let's say I've been actually actively humming and hawing and testing on this for 35 hours now. Might as well save while I'm here. Might want to revisit these. I'll save these sand patterns for later. That's a problem for tomorrow fresh. Today fresh, I'm just going to build more of these. It's a nice, easy thing to do, but it really makes a good visual impact. Hey, Conflict. How's the gardening going? It's going pretty well, to be honest. I've been kind of in a bit of a slump for a bit, where I would boot up the game and I couldn't make any progress. But today I'm in a better flow, so trying to catch that flow and work with it for now. There's this old Dutch saying where you have to forge the iron while it's hot. So that's today. I have managed to do some things off screen. I actually built out the 4 ponds and the 4 lily pads, and a drone, which is supposed to emulate a bee, that lands right here. Drone port hidden below. And that drone delivers some water, packaged water, which gets unpackaged here and then fed into this nuclear power plant, set to 1%. So it will run 60,000 seconds for every 1 bit of fuel that's in there. I do need to output the plutonium waste to somewhere, so maybe another drone. Yeah, 60,000 seconds is like 17 in-game hours, so that's 17 real-time hours. So that's plenty of time for this 1 stack of fuel. And the reason that power plant is there is not for the power, because it only, at that 1%, it only creates 25 megawatts, but this smoke is a good addition, I figure so. So I try to create like this bit of stream here, and then I started making a banking for it, and I didn't really like it, but I came across this pattern, which emulates like the raked sand that you see in a lot of the gardens, and Japanese gardens. So I figured I'd place that at least down here. And I'll build this pattern out towards other areas later on. And for now, I'm just I have a reference image or two and I saw this black marble border on a pond, and I figured that is a rather easy and effective way to do it. So that's what I'm building right this second. Where are you going? You find some inspiration to, or some motivation to keep building out your entry. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone who's here, but Conflict is cooking up some really special stuff for this same build challenge. So really quite. I had a sneak preview the other day, and I'm really quite impressed with it. So it's worth sticking around for that. Go. Really quite looking good. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm starting to feel it. Had a bit of a moment where I was losing confidence in this whole thing coming together in a, for lack of a better word, a satisfactory way. So, but yeah, for now it's looking like I'm picking it back up. So let's Black marble. Or that's what it's supposed to be at least. I'm feeling guilty every time I delete one of the original blocks. Conflict says, I've been making some random knickknacks. I need to figure out the designs for the rest of the platform. Yeah. I mean, I really can't wait to see like, it's gonna come together really cool. Sway, hey man, how are you? You finally caught the stream. The computer seems to be running smoothly. Hope things are well, my dude. Yeah, the computer is running well. I'm looking at it, and it's not so much one computer as like a collection of separate components that are loosely connected by a whole bunch of wires at this moment. But I figure I want to build this thing before I start designing the case that I need to build around it. So. But yeah, other than that, things are going well. I'm picking up a little bit. So I had this past week I've had a bit of a slump in motivation. For this, so I would load it up and stare at it, and then go like, you know what? Starting to feel it again. So, Kian, oh god, I remember the GPU cable. Yeah, that was something. I was basically playing like I am right now, and I'm just sitting here going, "No, are the neighbors like doing a bad barbecue or what's going on?" And I couldn't find what it was, but it turns out like I was actually melting one of the power cables from the power supply to the GPU, and yeah, it wasn't pretty. So that luckily I had a spare cable, and my power supply has other connections, and I just plugged it back in. It all seems to work again. So, and then after all of that, I took it to a LAN party, which was great. And then while I'm packing up, the computer just cuts out. And I'm thinking, well, I'm packing up anyway, so whatever. And I get home and it just refuses to work. So it's been down for a couple of weeks. I bought a new GPU power supply because I thought that would be the problem. Took the whole thing apart, found some spots of corrosion, but sediment from an earlier small leak in the water cooling. Cleaned that up, and now it runs fine again. So now I have an extra power supply lying around that I didn't end up needing, but yeah, that's basically how things go around here. I they break. I fix the wrong problem. I diagnose the wrong thing. I fix something else, and then it works again. You got to go. It's 3 a.m. You guys have a good night. Wow, 3 a.m. You must be like out in Asia. Wait, do I know you by the name of Bulk? In any case, don't rob yourself of too much sleep, so have a good night, and we'll see you next time. Hey, that makes sense. Yeah, take care, mate. I hope your hand heals and you can do the clicks for your own builds soon again. Let's get in there. You take care. Yeah, you too, mate. See you later. I think if I build this, it will hit the cart. Cart will hit its head on it. On it? It's actually not far enough. It's to be further out. Or does it? That works. If the cart passes through it while you hold the ghost, so to speak, it'll turn red for a little while. So that's how I know that this position will actually be okay to use. That one works as well. I can move it back just one more. I need one to go on number 2. Come on, come on. Are you the thing? Are you it? Yes! Good. Let's see, let's see. Do we get a red blip? Nope. Good. That's it. We're building. You've got to go too, but I hope to be back on Discord soon. Yeah, see you later, mate. Take it easy. We'll, most of us degenerates will be there for a good while, so no rush. Right, so yeah, if I was in any other mode or modus operandi, I would be figuring out like a different style of border for these ponds as for these, and maybe make them a different shape just to change it up a bit. But actually, I'm not going to do that. Just because I want to be a bit more effective in actually getting things done. So for now, I'm just going to be actually building this. This might need to be too high. Not too high, but yes. So that the height on this one actually matches. Now it's definitely going to be... Oh. No way. That has to be a problem. That has to be a problem. No way that that works. Wait for this car to move. There it goes. And... Yep. Perfect. remove that one for a bit. Number 3 work. Yep, number 3 works. The black marble works well. Yeah, it really does. It kind of pleasantly surprised. Sometimes you stumble on these things where because I was originally, like you see here, I was experimenting with making like sloped edges and all kinds of angles everywhere, and I found a bit of a reference image. Let's see if I can pull that up. That I want to work with a bit more. That is not capturing. That's not the one I'm looking for. That is also not what I'm looking for. I need to add. That's not it. I need to add a source now. Let me just do some professional streamer work here. This is top grade stuff. Window capture. There we go. There we go. And okie dokie. There it is. You should be able to see the reference image that I pulled up here. So yeah, this is just an image I googled from Zen Garden. There's a lot of images that are fairly impossible to really duplicate when I when I go when I go in game and start to work. But this kind of square style I found works well. So that's what the inspiration from these black marble borders is from. It really does suit the build. I could even there's this I don't know. Oh, the mouse isn't showing on your screen, is it? Nope, it is not. It doesn't matter. In the background, you can see the 2 purple square ponds, and one of them has like an extension with a bit of a waterfall coming down. I could try to do that as well, but I don't think I will. But yeah, there's I did that search and there's all kinds of images that come up. I mean, it looks nice, but it's not very valuable in terms of something I could actually build here. But this kind of thing, this is obviously a very amateurish style, but it does get the point across. So this could also help. Yeah, so many cool ideas, but not many of them that it can actually do in the game. So yeah, it's a bit difficult, but Here you see the sand. There's these wavy patterns. That's cool. Two colors of sand here. If I do if I do the thing where I build an outer enclosure, like this would be like some sort of greenhouse, I could do this style of wall, that kind of Japanese folding door wall. That would work well. That's nice. That's something to keep in mind. And this style of tree could also work well, like the thin stalk with the little red leaves. I think I could do this with just with beams and then tiny signs everywhere. Might be worth it. Very pretty. That's another cool style of tree. If I could like build this style of tree, that would be cool. Or this style, like have it that in the middle, coming out of the steam. That would be something. Anyway, let's hide that and get back to building. And I want to, like I said, try to be as productive as try to be a bit more productive when I play. So that means not mulling over what to do for forever. Just some point I gotta commit and build. And I can always think about what to do while I'm building. So as long as there is anything that I have already decided on that I know I need to build, I'm going to just build that. So that basically I try to keep myself going at all times, because I found that as soon as I stop and really start like considering my options, I find like there's a million options and they're all good ones, and I don't know anymore, and then everything stops. So I want to prevent that if I can, that effect. Yeah, that marble border for it, I like it. Oh, no, no. Okay, yeah. let's get rid of this. Build experiment. Yeah, some trees would be nice to see, but the problem with trees is they are difficult in this game. It's going to be very time consuming, but they will add a lot of value. But my God, it's going to be very difficult to really like nail it, you know, like get that style going in a way that's actually any good. All of that stuff I don't want anymore for now. So I'm just going to delete all of that. Just leave the outline of that stream. Do you find it as well that when you're building, sometimes you can hit a dead end? So something that it seems nice. It seems like what I was doing there was going to be something, but it just never got there, if you know what I mean. What? Oh God. Some ideas are cool, but don't lead to new ideas. Yeah, that's exactly it. They don't, yeah. They just don't synergize with the rest of it. There. Right, right. There we go. And then, so you spend several hours, 2 days, just trying and with all you have to drag that bad idea over the finish line, and then you're like, oh, I'll just forget it. I'll just go with something half-assed like this. Boring marble wall thing, and I'm not gonna lie, it can be quite annoying at times too. There. Yeah. Wait, the music died. That's not good. Why did the music die? There it is. I found a Japanese music royalty-free playlist, so I figured that would be on theme, on brand for this. You can get stuck trying to force something to work when approaching it from a different angle is the better option. Yep. So it's difficult because some of the better things that I built, the ones that I'm most happy with in the end, did come from me just doggedly pursuing something that is dumb as hell and should have been technically been given up ages ago. So we'll fill out this area later, but there's a bit of a stream going from one to the other. Tell me if the music is too loud or not loud enough. Just I have no idea what it would be like on your end. What I found while working on mine is that I'll never build something like the first time. Valid strategy to find to find gold is to just dig, basically. Yeah, you have to do quite a bit of digging before you find anything sometimes. Oh wait, I need to make this one step higher as well. Excited is on the same is doing the same thing, by the way. He's always saying, like, you know, he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He just builds something and then takes it down, builds it again, takes it down again. It just keeps going until something sticks. So it was funny, he was getting a bit annoyed with everybody asking like how he does it and how he comes up with these things, and he's like, I don't like lay awake at night coming up with those things. They just happen because I build a lot. But you know, what you're seeing is that the one or two things that actually worked, and what you don't see is everything else that you've discarded that doesn't. There's a bit by a Dutch comedian who explains that like writing is deleting. You know, the more you delete, the better the final product becomes. But you know, I didn't think this next part was worth the effort of deleting. So yeah, we're all gonna have to get through this. But this, ladies and gentlemen, this is going places. This is really, yeah, this is very nice. I find it funny that nuclear waste is a byproduct of Zen Garden. This is, you know, a Zen Garden that is all about efficiency, obviously, which is exactly the point of a Zen Garden, except not. But okay. This is the most productive Zen Garden ever. Just like saying this is the most stylish city bus ever. It's not the point of the thing, but well done anyway. Participation medals for everyone. The logistics are anything but zen. Yes, but the one part that is zen is when they're going wee, and that's the only part that you're going to see eventually. So that's my excuse. Yes. You could argue that because the game forgets meditative state. You could argue that, but I'm not going to. Because I hate it, but whatever. Yeah. I'm just looking at that transition from one to the next now, and Zen on the surface, chaos underneath. Sounds more like a slogan than... Alright, let's try build something nice here. Going to do it on this one. Small metal pillars is what I'm thinking here. Does that look? Okay, I'm just going to hit next on this playlist because this song really gets on my nerves. Thank you. Yeah, I can live with that. Just need some effect here that suggests that the water is falling. How do I do that? It would be so cool if we had the ability to really add like our own kind of flowing water. But I think this is the way to go. Yep, that's it. That was a much easier way of doing it. Oh well. Okay, I dig it. Now, what do I do for this drop here? Is there anything I can do? This might be a bit of a bonkers idea, but let's try it anyway. does have the effect, but it's not enough. Basically, what I want is a much smaller version of that, but it's not really working. This has now come to a rest. Okay, so that doesn't work. Worth a shot. If there was... Is there any other building that did that? Or was it just the nuclear one? Yeah, the idea was nice, but it was I didn't really expected it to work, but you know, I figured I'd throw it together just to see why it wouldn't work. And lo and behold, it didn't. Ay. I'll just keep it in mind and work on it a bit more. I really like this idea of having like this fountain bridge going from one side to the other. It solves a lot of problems in terms of how complicated the whole build looks. So having another sign down or maybe an angle wouldn't be too bad. I don't know. I think it's almost better not having it, because another sign would mean that it's kind of it's opaque, right? Oh wait, I have the copy, I think. Oh, those are only the square ones. Okay, whatever. Obviously, I'd find a way to connect it up to that thing better, but... Wait, these are now emitting at 1. Is that better? I'll leave it for now. I'll just leave it in for now and circle back to it later. Yeah, that's actually kind of good. Yeah, I'm okay with that. That'll work. So, remove that bit of abstract art there. Okay. Okay, final call. We're going to delete this, right? Out with the old, in with the new. Is it too wide? That's alright. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yep, yep. Let's work on the color of those beams a bit. That might genuinely be it. That's bad that it's a metallic look, but we get sand, but I think from a distance that looks the part, doesn't it? Should I just try a normal gray? Let's see if I have. We have a gray here. Edit this one to be. Yeah, no, that's better. That's better. this this open edge here is actually horrible because it kind of interferes with if you take a distance, it becomes more and more pronounced. So I don't want that. I have an idea. Naturally, it involves deleting a whole bunch of stuff, but and then going in. Oh, this is going to be a bit of a pain in the neck, but we'll see if. Let's see if it at least gives us the result we want for a bit. For a start. It does not. Thanks. Hmm. Thanks, game. Super helpful. Yeah, I think this is gonna be... I really don't want to do that on all sides, though. How do I close that gap? Hmm. I'm going to mold that over for a bit and have a bit of a nature break as well. Try rotating it one click towards you and see if it lines up better. That is not a terrible idea, actually. I'm gonna try that. That's not a terrible idea. Yes. Let's do that. 1, 2 instead of 1, 2, 3. Does yes. It will be irregular in the middle of this pattern, though. If I do get it to line up any better, then I'll always have that gap on the outside. Yeah, I'm gonna have to live with some overlap on this one. Or live with those gaps. Do want to work on the color of it. See, I have been playing for 2 hours. Even the game is telling me to have a little break. I might go and do that for a bit. Make it a bit more sand colored. That's it. That's it. That's my color. I'm gonna do that at least. Now I'm starting to think I should just live with the gap. Just leave it as is. And make sure there's something underneath. Something solid. So that at least it doesn't shine through as much. What I could do even... Oh, where am I? What happened? Okay. That was unpleasant. What I could do is grab one of these boys and try to connect this. Come on. Be nice. Just do that. Not a fan of that yet, but I'm going to try the method of it, putting it a little bit lower. Nah. Time for that nature break. I am going to take a moment and I'll be back in 10-ish. Going to do the very professional the production values, mate. So good. Ugh. There we go. Production value. Ah. Alright, I will legit be back in a bit. Okie dokie. I am back. Turn that off. There we go. Such professional. Many wow. I was going to do something with this corner, like put something in there, but it's actually kind of good this way. I don't think it needs anything. It's funny how these things come together. It should overlap a little bit that way though. Yeah, I'm very much on board with that. Have a little bridge. It's a nice little feature. I could try to have to redo that anyway. Fairly simple construction at the moment. Could try to use some color in it to visually suggest that the thing is made out of wood. How about this? How about this then? Yep. He's kind of... That's serendipitous. That is very nice. I have to put some lights in at some point, but yep. I have a little plan. Uh, that really completes it. And I will put some lights in there too. Yes, that is good. Uh, okay. Zooping signs when. Coffee Stain, if you can hear me, please let me zoop the signs. Please let me zoop the signs. Because this is going to look so good that it's kind of going to be the thing that I have to do. Except I'll hate it because it's going to be annoying. I'll see, select colors, this should be white. Let's do that. It is good. So I might need to bring that forward just a bit so that it doesn't get lost as easily when you change some height, because I would want to see this from more than just this flat angle. It is good though. I do like it. Wonder what it looks like at night. It's gonna be pretty sweet. Sun is still high up in the sky, so it's gonna take a while. Yeah, let's should I just make this gap higher? That that the way to go? It's kind of nice that it's. How about this? Doesn't work, right? Doesn't work. So weird. Why does that not work? This allows you to see it from all angles. Means a ton more signs, but you know, who's counting at this point? I am going to make a blueprint out of this though, because this is going to get very annoying. You could try it with billboards, since they don't cut out when you're out of your field of view. Is that true? Then... Okay, I get it. Yep, that's an idea. I could do it with a small billboard clipped to there. Now, I have to get the height. Okay. Now it's still... See, when you get up high enough, it still cuts out, and that construction keeps working. So I think I'm going to keep that. Though I am going to make it a bit higher. I'm going to raise that up just a little bit. Okay, yeah. I'll go make a blueprint now. Um, mhm. Now you would say that's not higher at all. Yes, it is. This is 50 centimeters and the other gap was 40 centimeters. Big deal, right? But yeah, that's... It is what it is. Okay. Now I need a sign. Of course it's upside down, but who cares at this point? And there it is. So basically any angle you view this from, you can see that light bar, except when you look at it from the other end, it doesn't stick out. Okay. Marble edge. And now I'm going to do the thing where I make it complicated for myself, and I'm actually going to do a little extra work on this corner. To make sure that the corner is exactly right. Obviously, I'd be better off just... Oh my god. Doing this. There we go. Really need to learn to use the blueprints. Not just mess around with them. Finally. Okay. I have to do that same thing for... there. And then from the other side as well. Remember how earlier today I was saying I wanted to just not overly focus on all the details and keep things moving? Yeah. Those were the times. What am I doing? No. Oh, don't delete that. Yeah, delete it. Delete it. I don't need it. I don't need that. I do need... that. Okay. Nailing the important details is some of the most meaningful progress you can make, though. Yeah, kind of is. Once you're on a track, it's kind of the best, but it's very easy to get derailed once you're here, so it's kind of what's happening to me most of the time. Now I just need to do the vertical ones. See, this is the sort of stuff that you couldn't do without blueprints. There's just no way that with blueprints. Oopsie, I did that wrong, but I can rectify it. There we go. With blueprints, we can. There we go. Yeah, that's going to help. That's going to help sell it. Perfect. All right. Let's call this one Marble Edge Corner. And get back to our build and see what the effect is. Let's do it on this row. Also, I do need to lower that by half. There is a better way and I'll find it soon, but for now. I still want a hotkey to get to your blueprints. If we stay now re-listening. Zooping signs. A hotkey for my blueprints. Thank you very much. I mean, I paid about 20 whole euros for my 5,000 hours of entertainment, so you owe me now. See if the corner one works. All right. Whoa. The game had a bit of a stutter there. I don't think that was the autosave. I don't know what exactly happened, but I'm sure it doesn't have anything to do with 60 minecarts all bugging out. Or minecarts, 60 factory carts all bugging out. But you know, what else could it be? Do I ever get the bug when nudging it tries to move it on diagonals all the freaking time? Because I build, you know, at angles, and I think the game tries to match some sort of nearby angle. I haven't found any way to duplicate it or like have it be in any way consistent. But I get the bug all the time. Yeah, it's just a thing that happens. Yeah. That really, really does finish it off. Or it just decides to completely ignore one axis for no reason. Yep, yeah, oh yeah, that's an even better one, where it just, you press up or down, or you press left or right, it does the same exact thing. Then you basically right click out of it and reselect the same thing and then nudge it again and then it works, obviously. Oops, I think I may have hit... Yes, yes. One, two, three. There it is. Well, I think that looks pretty decent. Oh, that is a bit of a... That's a pain in the backside. Yeah. I'm not going to... I'm not going to stress over it. Yep. Okay. Let's do another one. That means I need to get one of you guys. That is kind of the annoying thing about a situation like this, when you then build the blueprint that is slightly better. You have to take all of it apart again just to get that little edge going. But You know, if you want to be an edgelord, then you have to. Yes. I'll also build this corner while I'm at it. This is where it gets fun, right? I have an excuse. It's not my native language, so I get to be an edgelord because I built a nice edge here. Really enjoy how the drones sound like actual helicopters. Like, okie dokie. There it is. There's another edge on here on the bottom. Almost tempted to leave it two-toned, but it's a Zen Garden. Simplicity, simplicity. First build it and then add simpleness. Basically the way Gordon Murray builds a car. First build it and then add lightness. Which I think is a fantastic way of looking at it. Oh yes. Yeah, that is That is very decent. This little addition, it's not perfect, but I'll take it. It's good enough. That really is what I'll have to do. All right, next one. I just have to kind of mentally reset. Like, what was the process again here? What was it? It's always a little bit scary deleting this much, but um, go. There. Ah, there's the diagonal nudge that we were looking for. It was diagonal in 3 dimensions. And we click out of it, and we do it again, and now it works. No notes. Yeah, it's annoying, but well, didn't want that either. Let's get rid of you, because of that view, well, yeah, it's not much better, but it's better. Okay. That's the third one. Did my mic cut out? How about now? Good now, thanks. Yeah, it's possible that it cut out. It's also possible that I just stopped talking, because I have been known to do that mid-sentence, just forget that I was saying something. Like a proper stable genius does. Mm-hmm. All right, let's do number 4. I love this filter demolish thing. I think it was maker or bed, I don't know, but like, wait, you can do that? And I'm thinking, how did you get this far in life without using that? But here we go. One, two, three. Frame rate really isn't benefiting from all the signs, but and now it's fixed. It's magic. It didn't even move. But yeah, at least I'm happy that I'm not the only one who gets mildly annoyed at that one. Okay. Yep, that looks the part. I thought it had something to do with sampling blueprints from deconstruct mode, but it does it either way. I don't think you're wrong there. I think um, it does kind of take on some parameters from the item that you are using the. I think that's a pretty good direction of researching the problem. What's next? It was happening even when placing of walls on foundations on a standard grid, so I don't know. Yeah, yeah, it's. I don't know, yeah. I wish you could make it consistent, because sometimes it also allows you to nudge things vertically, which sometimes you want. Of course, it never does that when you want it, but it does happen. Hmm. Okay. Let's kind of make a to-do list. Mm, what else? I need to extend the floor. I need to mm, I think that's good for now. That should be it. Um, let's try to think of what I'm going to do with this bit. Maybe even bring back some of the reference images. This is almost it already, right? It's like a terraced bit with, but there's no thing here, no object here that could be the place where the assemblers sit. What else did I find? No objects here that work. Let's keep scrolling. How about something like that? The problem is that that introduces kind of a human scale into the whole build sort of thing, and it won't really match the lily pads. So I'm trying to avoid adding any objects that are kind of human sized or human related, if that makes sense. Like walking bridges and things like that. But it's a thought. It's a thought. We could do that. This is a good wallpaper in any circumstance. Doesn't do much for us now, but it's pretty. Wow. The things people make, it's just. This seems like AI, but okay. This is indoors. That is beautiful. Today, in 101 other things that people who have don't have kids have in their house. The rock pile, and put the assemblers in there. That would be cool, right? Or even just a Buddha. Building a Buddha would be very difficult to pull off. Little decorative pagoda could work. You're right. I'm not really seeing like something like that one in the background there. Something like this. This is kind of otherworldly but doable. Like this is very doable. I do need to put 10 assemblers in there, so it can't be. It has to be rather large. I can make it hexagonal, of course. Um, so I'd have one side to do kind of logistics with lifts up and down, and then all the other five sides would have to have two assemblers each. This kind of works. I could even build this, but without the big bottom part. Just build this thing. I'd have to work on how to do the mossy top a bit. But I could add I could just collect some what biomass and just dump it on the top to get that mossy effect. Oh yeah, this is coming. This is coming together. This is getting somewhere. Yes, this is the thing we're building. Just keep scrolling, just in case we're hitting. See, this is more the human scale thing that I was trying to avoid, right? It's beautiful, but I could use this as a color reference guide. Like that that would be valid for it. And then the stairs leading up to it, but then build the other thing. I think that's where we're going with this. Honestly, the things people build, this is this I don't care much for. This is There's a more elaborate version of that same thing. They do seem to have that same foot there. So maybe that's kind of a traditional thing that needs to be there. Ooh. This is the same kind of shape again, but in copper. Is the top platform going to be water or sand? I don't know yet, honestly. I don't think it's going to be water because I have quite a bit of it already. So it might be not sand but bushes, like this kind of surface. Like yeah, I might want to try to make something that this emulates this kind of style, but if we can make it like a mossy rock like this. I think I just need to build this rock and then use this color scheme on it. If I can pull that off, then there's not much. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Get rid of. No, I'm gonna keep this for the trees. I'll find the trees later. Mossy look in the walls. And this one, yeah, for the wooden floor, I kind of like this walk bridge as well, maybe. Okay, so this and this are my. This is my backup for like if I want to make it a bit fancier. I am going to take one more short break. Wait a minute. I'll be back in a bit and then I'm going to build that little pagoda thing. So I will be right back. We are back. Let's have a look. What to do. Rid of that, and once more bring up the reference images. So what I'm going to build, let's mess around with the image a little bit. Oh, sorry guys. If I make this a little bit smaller, there we go. All right, so side by side, right? If we have that platform and we build kind of a rock like this out of that platform. Except it won't be suspended above the water. It will be sitting in the sand, but that's fine. So we'll make a bit of a rock like this. We'll give it a bit more greenery, like later on, if we can. And then on top of that rock, we'll build this guy. And we will... I like the kind of stone and mossy finish, but I also want to give it some of the orangey red detailing that is in here. If we can get all of that to work, this needs to be big enough to house the 10 assemblers. Obviously, this looks to be an octagon, but I am not doing that, clearly. So we'll build 6 sides. One side will be empty, and the other 5 will have 2 assemblers each. So let's start by building a hexagon that is large enough to house 2 assemblers side by side, sort of off center on this big rock. Let's do that. Let's start there. All right, let's get going. What is center point on this thing? Is this line, right? Yes. And here. So if I build it slightly off center, the middle of that pagoda thing will be this position, so that it's not centered completely, but okay. Let's see how big of a hexagon we need to have 2 assemblers sit side by side happily. That's going to be a bit of a factor. Something we need to find out first. So we'll build... This is all just a temporary build, so don't worry too much about this, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and click. Zoop. Okay. Now, let's say we build this one here. This one sit here. Nope, it cannot. What if we go one move sideways? And it looks like we're getting close. Yep. Half one. And a half one. Okay. I am going to build the absolute smallest one possible because it's going to be rather large compared to the rest of the build already. It's going to loom a bit. I'll have to live with it. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Could also kind of make it a lot smaller and have just the one assembler per floor. Have them be 2 floors. That is an option, obviously. I think that's the better option. I do think that that's the better option. Because it's going to be big. Side of the lily pads, yeah, that's kind of true. The lily pads are very big relative to the ponds that they're sitting in. The reason that these ponds aren't bigger, by the way, is that they are as faithful as it can be to the original size of the platforms that that Scratch kind of delivered in the first place. So I want to hold true to that as much as possible. But you're right. You're right. It does work. Just need to like take a bit more of a distance from it to look at it. Yeah, it does work. I think you're right. Okay, it works. Good. Now, that means that this is 4.5 on the side. That's just as the, you know, as the to be the platform for these guys because I'll need Need a little bit of room for the lifts, the item lifts. That's, yeah, that's very doable. It's not going to be a problem. That's very doable. What about height? I don't want to make it much higher than this. Actually, no. I can have the legs stand on the bottom floor. No. So you will get the legs. And they would need to be... Yeah, at least about that high to be convincing. Okay. Needs to come forward by 1 at least. So... there. My god, I've got 16 FPS. I don't know what the game is having this much trouble with, but let's find out. Nothing. There's no overheating going on. Wait a second. That is the level of that stone ring. As low as I can make it. be kind of true to the reference image. Is that right? I'll still have the... Yeah. I'm gonna stop second guessing myself now and I'm just gonna build this. And I'm going to see if I can do something about... something about my frame rate. Let's see if it makes it a bit of a difference. None at all. Great stuff. Good stuff. It's genuinely getting more difficult to build with the low frame rate, but I am going to try to solve that off screen. Don't want to spend too much time now on fiddling around with 1,000 different settings and monitoring tools, so not while I'm kind of in the flow of building. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. see if it all matches up. And that's how you know you've done all the counts correctly. Good. So there it is. That's a good little hexagon. Yep. Oops. And click. Good. Let's build our 10 assemblers. Now, on what side do I want to have my logistics? So which side will not have assemblers in it? Should I put that in the back? And it was 1.5. And then place one next to it. There it is. Oh, wait. I should have placed... I just overthought about the overthinking bit about where to put them, and then I put them wrong anyway. Good. Okay. Oh, great. I'm out of overclocking units. Well, whatever. I'll get some more later when I demolish these. I am going to be super dirty about all this. Here or here? I think here. Genuinely move it backwards even further. Yes. Yeah, that's good. That's fine. Okay. Let's do that a few more times. And then let's grab let's grab a wall. Beauty. Beauty. So I can keep it at this scale. Okay, yeah, that's really good. That means I can just do this. And have the height of that ring. I'll go and bring up the reference image again. There we go. Now the idea is that this sort of sidewall here that will correspond to so that sidewall will correspond to the that fat ring of stone, and I can come back a little bit on that and still not expose parts of the assembler. So that's really interesting to me. So we will need to go up one more. There we go. So if I do that, it will be completely enclosed. I'll obviously need to do half foundations, but and that will be that ring. So let's say 3 times that height for the windows. 2.5. 2.5 times that height for the windows. This was a height of 7. So it's on 14. Say 16 height. That window. Does that work? This is purely height-wise, right? It's also done, kind of made it very awkward for me with the half sorry, with the half slab here in the middle, but yeah, I think we're kind of good here. Then get and put it on that side so that you can admire my beautiful face, but still see what we're building. Yes. Oh, right. One thing to take note of here is that can I still place the feet underneath? Yes, that I'm good with. And I need to also take into account that the central hexagon narrows, so that might be to my benefit. 1, 2. See, that is beautiful. That really helps me. Okay, good. Let's first get the height correctly. Damn. Okay, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. I can live with that bit of overlap right there. This means that I can close the gap at least on that level. That's specifically why I did 2 movements and nothing else, because it actually makes sure that this wall here is a perfect 4x4. And I can start trying to craft the shape in there that I want to have. Now, in the reference image, this shape, that 4x4 wall, is an actual square. The problem is that in that image, it's also an octagon, so it's inherently thinner, like less wide, because it is only an eighth of the radius instead of a sixth of the radius of the whole thing. And I might have understood the height a little bit for that bit. I really don't want this thing to get super high, but it's also going to get a hat, and that's going to extend to both sides as well. So it's going to be rather big in terms of this whole build. Whereas in all the reference images, it's kind of a tiny little thing, like a little ornament. Yeah, yeah, no, I agree. I can change the like what I build uh, to the reference image. You have a good point there. Um, However, it's not just me wanting to hold to the reference image. I think if I build it to be build it out to be too big, it's going to be sort of outshining the rest of the build. If that makes sense to you. Let's build out this basic shape and see if it holds. My God, my frame rate is really begging me. Please stop what you're doing. I don't really know, honestly, what it is that I'm doing that is setting my frame rate this much, but it is upsetting it. It adds a focal point, but it is in the background, so it doesn't take away from any other parts of the build. You might be right. You might be right. If I pull it off that this sits, slightly to the side and I can place a nice tree here that sort of complements that thing on the side and then have the rock. If I pull all of that off, then, you know, I, it's not even that much bigger than the lily pad, so. Just add so much verticality to that side, and this side is suddenly very flat. So I'd need something with a bit of verticality in here, in this area as well. Shouldn't you be working on your own build, by the way? Not that I don't enjoy your company or the advice. Actually, talking me into doing the right thing that I was going to do and then forgot that I was doing. Is genuinely helpful. I get home in 30 minutes, then I plan on working on it, watching you on the phone while you work. That makes sense then. I'm sure your employer is thrilled that you're watching efficiency-themed, productivity-themed content. For now, so we get more of a feel of what we're doing. Just very roughly carve out the shape that we're going to be building. These are all wrong because I need them to be raised up a bit. Need you. You and you. H. Ghost Rider. Hey, good night. Appreciate you hanging around. Even the lurking is helping me out a lot. Is not for nothing, but these streams really ramp up the watch time, and YouTube appreciates that, and might even get to click the button that makes me a little bit of money out of this. Like maybe enough to buy me a beer to drink every stream or something. I don't know. It's enough or not, but it feels good to see the numbers go up, and I really do appreciate you hanging around. Bang. Oh, miss. I hope you're getting something out of it in terms of like different ways to build or to find inspiration or solve problems, because the fun thing with Satisfactory is that everybody does it differently. So every time you watch somebody else play, you go like, whoa, I can do that. Or I have that thing where I basically think, I would have done that completely differently, and I kind of itching to get back in the game and start building the way I would have done it. But that's just me being not stubborn, but headstrong is the word, right? All right, let's get another pull back and a view. Still work. I think I'm going to need to make the rock that it sits on a lot bigger than the original platform, but what are you going to do? It does mean that the sand really works. I'll get to do more of it. I might have to put it further to the side. No. I need to put it on the other side. Yeah, that's something. I need to put it on the other side because... My god, 15 FPS. I'm just gonna do some drastic changes because... Just gonna put everything on high. And what happens now? Still 14 FPS. Medium. Still 15 FPS. Huh. Nothing. Something changed over the course of me playing today because I'm going to do a bit more an investigation into this because I really can't. Very strange. My CPU and my memory seem to be locked at 50%. They're running 47, 49, 50, but never never like 51. That is very strange. GPU utilization is also low. My god, what a weird mess. I think, I think, what I'm going to do, this is borderline unplayable. I am going to end the stream for now and call this a successful session because and I'll dive into the performance issues a bit. Okay. Might just be the factory cards. I think it's the factory cards that are doing it. Or maybe the smoke. Let's turn this off. No, it's not the smoke. It is the factory cards. As soon as I go out of range, it picks up 60 FPS. As soon as it gets to stop doing a bunch of calculations for those factory cards. Right. So that's going to be fun if Scratch is going to have to go recording. His poor computer is going to beg for forgiveness as well. all the sign edges that you added, that is another... All these, yeah. Are they that hungry? Are they that damaging? Hopefully he gets a good PC for Christmas. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, looking away, 50, 60 FPS. I'm looking back at it. 32. It drops again. It's so weird, dude, because the utilization of the video, both the video card and the CPU are nowhere near the limits. So signs plus coated concrete is a lot of calculating. I mean, that's annoying. I can see it, but it's still annoying. So even if I look away, it's still only 20 FPS, so that's not really... I don't think that's really it. Oh well. Time to... Thought it usually takes a lot more to bog down a system, though. Yep, that's exactly my thoughts, and I have a pretty decent system, so that's why I'm getting annoyed with it. That it should really not be complaining this much. So yeah, I'll end the stream for now. Also note that the text by the factory cards up there is now blacked out, so something there has gone horribly wrong as well. I'm going to save my game, quit out of it, and then see what happens when okay, let's see what happens when I restart it. I'm really annoyed now. I really want to fix this. But yeah, as I said, I'll fix it off screen. It's good hanging out. Hope the stream was worth it. Was worth something for everyone. And yeah, catch you later.